real-time programming. Like this ended up being like significantly faster. So like AI whatever, it's not rocket science. And AI kind of runs like this, except it's even worse. It runs like this. Man, this software doesn't even run in general. Restart it. Just like everything else. I'm tempted to like start optimizing things. So I'm gonna stream to like prevent myself from optimizing. Because if I optimize, then I'm not gonna be able to stream it. Because someone will say, "Oh, that's fair use," and it wouldn't be, because I'd be like showing code, and if you can see it, fair use, I guess, whatever. So I'm like, I don't know, whatever. So I think this saved. So like a video game engine, if I add AI to a video game engine, I use the computer shooters. I build it into the engine. Then you can have like enemies on the game using AI. You can like train your own whatever. Alright, so like this is significantly faster. When you pack up function calls in an array, and if you call them like this, whatever, it goes chunk, 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 chunk. All of them way quicker. Well, it depends on the distance and data. So I kind of knew this, except that I had to like test it to like double check, and it's like I don't know, whatever. Alright, so like AI though, it doesn't run like this or like this. It's more like this. So like in lots of articles are like, oh, AI takes great advantage of like caching. It's cache efficient. No, it's not. It is not cache efficient. This is hard to draw. Alright, so AI though. I just can't. Whatever. The distance grows each time. So if I want to talk about cache and performance, even if you're on the GPU, AI is terrible. And this software is also terrible. It's just not working. Very not responsive. It's just not drawing. Alright, it's like the distance here, whatever gets bigger. Each time it branches, whatever. Compared to like a linked list, where it's like a stable distance between whatever. I don't know, I also looked into like the CPU. And I realized like how it actually is. It's like, alright, so like AI, whatever. Pull up article. Is the sound even working? I think it's working. So on the GPU, when they make it into like matrix multiplication, that part I haven't looked into like exactly how it's done. But here is Visual Studio magazine, whatever the hell that is. Here is like, yeah, whatever.
Decision tree regression from scratch using JavaScript. Dr. James McCaffrey presents a complete end-to-end demonstration of decision tree regression from scratch using JavaScript. The goal of decision tree regression is to predict a single numeric value. For simplicity and better maintenance, the demo implementation uses list storage instead of pointers. For better customization and interpretability, the implementation uses list iteration instead of recursion or a stack algorithm.
Alright, so what I don't understand is what people don't understand about what they're doing. Alright, so first off, alright, so like there is this pointless abstraction layer where you like multiply by 2 and then you add 1 or you add 2. That is a completely pointless abstraction and it just destroys the memory access pattern when it's at least like a single line of memory. When it goes to the GPU and they quote optimize it, I'm not sure like that total process. I gotta look at that still. But if this is how it's done at a fundamental level, not on GPU, then on the GPU I can pretty much assume with a really high certainty that it's being done even worse. So like the CPU is like, it runs an instruction set and has registers and has resources, and I benchmarked some other stuff, whatever, other than just this, whatever. And there's like overlap. There's like the x87 registers. Alright, so there's like, I like freaking. I'm not gonna freaking like. I wasted so much time looking into stuff. I'm not gonna actually like give you actual stats. You can do yourself. Waste your own time. Because it literally feels like waste time. I swear to cheese, could this just work? Oh my god, this is a lot of work. 7. Oh my god, this software is trash. I can't take it. I cannot take it. How hard is it to make functioning software? It's really not that difficult. It's really not. No, it's not. It's not that difficult to make working software. Did it finally save? I swear to cheese. Okay, it saved. Great. Alright, so like, I don't know, last year, whatever, I realized like, x86, whatever, it's actually basically just memory bound. And they took like the SS or the MMX instruction set, and then they modified it to work and look like registers, but really it's not behind the scenes. Because behind the scenes, it's overly complicated as hell. Behind the scenes, the CPU is like, there's like the abstraction layer that you get as a programmer, and then there's like the actual hardware. So like, if this is 0 to 8 registers, oh my god, it's not even funny. Just I can't even use the software. Cheese and rice. Ugh. Freaking back to using a paint program. God. The chat's on. So if anybody like disagrees or whatever, or you have something to add, happy to hear. Because if somebody knows more about the AI and wants to give pointers, that'd be helpful. Because like I don't know everything, but like what I do know is what I know. So yeah. All right. Oh, it's locked. Back to Paint program, hooray. Alright, MMX register. Or like instruction set. Man, this software, I can't take it. You gotta like go through so much work to move a layer. You like physically click over here. Unless it's a shortcut. Damn it. Why is it additive? I don't want additive. I just want to make a new bounding box. Oh my god. Okay, there we go. Alright, so MMX. Yes, something here. I'm gonna leave it. Is 0 to 7. Registers. 64-bit. Instruction set architecture. What? MX. 6 spell checking. This is the world's worst CPU. If you want the slowest computer, you should go with this bad boy. This is... I cannot believe Intel released this CPU. Compared to the AMD K7, holy crap. This CPU what a waste of money for buying antique computer parts. This is like the most pathetic CPU ever. Like a huge letdown. Like if you're gonna run like an old school GPU and you use that Pentium piece of crap slot A, I mean, the game's gonna be CPU bound. The GPU will be like waiting for like these low res, just everything, because it's like old school. It'll just wait, and the CPUs are gonna be busy half the time, just trying to get stuff to GPU. This is the world's worst CPU design. Alright, so you got MMX07. So like the CPU, basically what I'm getting at is it defies physics. Instructions that you think would take longer because they're longer encoding, they actually go faster because it defies physics. It's not a CPU, it's a piece of software. And there's multiple units on the CPU. And then depending on the brand or the model of the CPU, they use the different units in different ways. So under the hood, it's a shit show. And then as a programmer, you interact with the shit show using the instruction set architecture. So these are not, I don't know. And then threading is a joke. It is seriously like modern tech is terrible. It's a freaking sham. The threads just, they sit in normal memory. It's not like fast memory. It can even be paged. It sits in the RAM. The freaking kernel, whatever you want to call it. It just grabs the thread, the next thread. It organizes them. And it pulls them from just normal RAM. That's why a context switch is so expensive. All of this is subpar as hell. Like, the amount of effort that went into like faking a 64-bit CPU with threading. Damn, the effort is there. They put so much effort into faking a 64-bit architecture. This whole thing's really 16-bit. Not even 16-bit, it's really fucking like an 8-bit CPU. Just, it's impressive though.
Technical details. Interestingly, MMX does not introduce new registers, but instead opts to introduce aliases for the 80-bit x87 FPU registers bottom 64 bits. These are called %MMX0, %MMX1, %MMX7. Since these are only aliases and not real registers, it is immediately obvious that the registers cannot be used while an FPU operation is taking place. Since FPU registers are 80-bit long and MMX registers are 64-bit, it's important to note wherein those FPU registers are the MMX registers. They form the 64-bit mantissa of the original FPU register, and the remaining 16 bits are all set to 1. This is useful, since it means the FPU can recognize the SIMD data in the registers as NaN or infinities, and of course, software can distinguish between the two types of data as well.
Okay, so like, the core on the CPU. Now they have like energy efficient cores or something. All this stuff is just this. It seems like a joke, but it's not. And you pay a lot of money to buy a joke. That's not a joke, but it is. It seems like a joke. So like the CPU, let's say you have 4 cores. Is it Nova Lake? Alright, this one. They're dropping back down to 4 cores. I think they're at 6. Or is it 8? So it doesn't have 52 CPU cores. Oh, what a joke. What a joke. Man, it takes too long to Google shit. And GPT sucks. I don't want to use GPT. And then Safari can't even load GPT. Because Safari is so out of date.
Ten overlake Intel CPU has how many cores? Physical cores, not the efficiency or performance or energy. Literal official cores how many, and the current lineup has how many cores? Did they drop back down to 4 physical cores on the die? You're asking about Intel's 10 overlake CPU. Just to clarify, there isn't an official Intel microarchitecture or CPU family publicly called 10 overlake. Could it be a typo or shorthand for something like Meteor Lake or Raptor Lake? Intel recently released Meteor Lake as the first post-Alder Lake architecture using a tiled, chiplet-style design, which might be what you're referring to. I'll base my answer on Meteor Lake, expected for 14th gen. Ah, now you're talking about Intel's Nova Lake. This is indeed a rumored upcoming Intel CPU line, likely part of the 15th gen Nova architecture following Meteor Lake and Arrow Lake. The leaks you're citing are mostly from enthusiasts talking about desktop chips, not mobile. Let's unpack it carefully.
advertising, it's gone way too far. AI, Intel, AMD. If they're not selling, what you buying? Oh my god, could something work? Physical cores is 8. Meaning it means nothing. You know what, whatever. Sure, 52 cores. Yeah. Alright, so. The SIMD instructions like the MMX. It's banked per core. So if you have 4 cores, each core can only like work with the MMX instructions on that core at a time. So if you have like 2 threads that are using MMX instructions, or that unit, whatever, they fight over resources, so they have to be dumped and loaded, dumped and loaded. So the CPU is like, it's like so if there's 4 cores, then there's 4 MMX units. And if this core is running, and I guess it goes to this one, another like thread running that needs MMX, as like context switches are really expensive. So like there's a finite number of like units on the CPU, and it's kind of like this, whatever. Or like this is like the top level of abstraction. So this is like MMX maybe. And this is like a floating point, I don't know. And then this is like just a standard like register set, or the general purpose registers. It's like GPR, not U. It's like general purpose registers. So depending on the mode that you're like, the abstraction layer that you're running, the instruction set, depending on what it is, it's gonna pick what resources are used. So like MMX is gonna use these resources maybe. which is this stuff. And if there's like floating point units or whatever, it's gonna use this stuff. Like it says here, whatever. This like paragraph covers everything.
Since these are only aliases and not
I found it randomly. That's nice. I don't have to look for like 10 websites in.
Since these are only aliases and not real registers, it is immediately obvious that the registers cannot be used while an FPU operation is taking place. Since FPU registers are 80-bit long and MMX registers are 64-bit, it's important to note wherein those FPU registers are the MMX registers. They form the 64-bit mantissa of the original FPU register, and the remaining 16 bits are all set to 1. This is useful, since it means the FPU can recognize the SIMD data in the registers as NaN or infinities, and of course, software can distinguish between the two types of data as well.
So 80 bits. Otherwise it's 64-bit. So here on Intel.com, we got MMX. So like 64-bit, whatever, adds, addition, subtraction, whatever. I'm not sure if these are floating point 2. I just like ran shit. I didn't like test result. That's like a whole other level of like more shit to do. Alright, so like FPU uses like these resources. So it's like the 64 bits for the MMX and then 16 bits to make it 80. So like 64 bits for the base, 1 MMX, and then 16 bits to make it 80 bits for each of the 8 when it's floating point. So like the general purpose registers, I'm pretty positive that they map exactly to here. But they have like some different mode that they run. And there's like the flags register, which is probably over here. So like when it's in like general purpose register mode, except this isn't entirely true. because when it is, there's no overlap with the normal registers. So they have a different bank of memory. Except with FPU and MMX, there's overlap. So like the CPU is like this overly complicated collection of like random various parts and units. And then depending on the instruction set mode, it's really overly complicated and frustrating. So it's gonna be fun trying to optimize stuff for this stuff, but it will actually be fun. Because whoever can like optimize the best wins, so whatever. Someone said, let's go. I love this. Thank you. Alright, so like AI, whatever. So I don't know, I've been like digging in to 64-bit because I wrote a JavaScript engine. I had to get back to it. I'm gonna call it a JavaScript assembler though, because engine, nobody knows what engine means. People say they're making like a JavaScript engine or a video game engine, but they're making an engine in the engine that they're making it with. So that means you're not making an engine, you're using the engine. So I'm gonna call my stuff assemblers, I guess, because they're not compilers. Well, for now they are. It's like C compiler. So I don't know, like AI, whatever. You just do a magazine. Here's how they describe AI, whatever, or how it's done, whatever. So everything is like this is a good book. If you're gonna program whatever, or learn about it. It covers a ton of stuff that I'm pretty sure OpenAI does not know about. Because if they did, they wouldn't have designed their AI so inefficiently. So I'm gonna like pick apart OpenAI and how they like set up their design, whatever. Because I'm gonna make an AI and have it with my game engine or game assembler. So you can have enemies in the game and then train them with train data. So like this book is totally worth reading. If the people that worked at OpenAI, if they read this book, then maybe they'd have a working AI. But they didn't read this book, so they just advertise and make stuff up and pretend it's real when it's not. And they do things that make no sense at all. So this book, though, Donald Kuz, whatever, art programming. It's like JavaScript. I already have an engine, it's 32-bit. I'm gonna have to go through, this is 2009. 2009 book, standard, 252 pages. The 2024 standard is like 800 pages. So I'm gonna be going through both because I want to meet the smaller standard first and then the bigger standard. the more modern standard. Then there's the actual modern standard. So like the 2026 standard. Alright, so this standard is 816 pages. The 2024 standard. So I'm like, I can get this stuff done so I can get back to this. Except I'm gonna go from page 1 to 800, whatever. Well, also through this standard. I'm gonna go through a couple different standards. I gotta get the older standards first to get like the foundation. Kind of like the CPU. How the CPU has layers. And it's built up over years. They have like MMX, floating point. They use the same stuff, different units. So I have like a JavaScript engine. So instead of like MMX, floating point, general purpose register, could call like ECMA standard 2009 and then 2024, or go by like edition maybe, like 5th edition, and then 15th edition, whatever. So like this is, if this is like the original 32-bit JavaScript engine that I have, and it supports or uses like this stuff here, whatever, and then I update it to meet the older standard because it's smaller, 2009. if I go through that standard first, that adds a layer. I'm gonna meet this standard. And then that builds off what I currently have. And then it's 32-bit right now. I'm converting it to 64-bit. So it's like this, whatever. And then this is this layer. It's gonna be like this stuff. It's like the new stuff I add to it over here. And the old stuff is here. And then there's like the 15th edition. It's like the newer standard. And that's gonna include stuff from this standard, but it has even more stuff. And it's even more pages. Freaking like 800 pages. So I'm gonna be like the first engine to actually meet the whole standard 100%. So I'm gonna go through page by page, the entire standard, meet the whole fucking thing. Because there's no excuse as to why there's no engine that meets the standard. Zero excuse. So I'll have the very, 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 very first fully compliant, standardized JavaScript engine. And it's a lot faster already. It's gonna be slower when I meet the standard, because there's like, this standard's garbage. So I'm gonna make my own variant of JavaScript also. And then I'll have the standardized JavaScript and then my own super fast version of it. Alright, so that's what I gotta do. But I also need to finish up a shading program, because I gotta like distort the desktop, because I can't show all the code I'm working on. I gotta like toggle it on off. So I need a shader program with the GPU. So I can get that done. And that's what I was testing. That's why I was testing putting functions in an array versus a linked list. I had to like benchmark to figure out which was faster, just so I know for sure. And then OpenAI, they have AI or whatever. I'm also gonna like make AI in my JavaScript engine, or game engine, whatever. It's all the same thing basically, but it's not, but it is. I'm trying to like figure out several things at the same time. So like this ends up being faster, like significantly faster than this, because there's like the padding in between the data when you run it. And then OpenAI, they use well, I would assume when it gets converted to the GPU, I'm not sure about that part, but like this article covers when it's not. So I'm pretty sure the GPU does almost the same thing, whatever. So like this is fastest when all data is packed, when you're calling functions. And then, well, cache is cache. Stuff that's packed tighter together. I'm testing function calls, but like data also. So like AI, they're not efficiently accessing anything at all. They access memory and there's these big gaps between accesses. So I don't know, I gotta get something done. Where the heck did Safari go? Alright, so here's like Visual Studio Editor.
Decision tree regression from scratch using JavaScript.
Using JavaScript, it's hilarious.
Decision tree regression is a machine learning technique that incorporates a set of if-then rules in a tree data structure to predict a single numeric value. For example, a decision tree regression model prediction might be, if employee age is greater than 28.0 and age is less than or equal to 32.5 and years. Experience is less than or equal to 5.0 and height is greater than 66.0, then bank account balance is $833.127.
Alright, so what I'm getting at after all that, the CPU is overly complicated. And to get actual performance, you gotta really fucking plan that shit out. And the CPU is much faster, like significantly faster than GPU. So like rasterization or whatever, that doesn't matter. CPU, way faster. So if you leverage the performance of the CPU, friggin' get that thing to run fast as possible. Like, I don't know. And just, this stuff seems like a joke. How, like, poorly it's designed. And the, like, pointless abstraction. It's literally pointless. Really? The sound stopped working. Test, test, test. Test, testing. Test, test.
There are many ways to implement a decision tree regression system. 4 significant design decisions are 1. Use pointers references for tree nodes, or use list storage. 2. Use recursion to construct the tree, or use a non-recursive stack, or use list iteration. 3. Use weighted variance minimization for the node split function, or use variance reduction maximization. 4. Explicitly store row indices associated with each node in the nodes, or discard the associated rows information after use during training. There are pros and cons to each option.
Alright, when it says there are pros and cons to each option, like, I just don't get it. It's like these people fell out of a stupid tree and they hit every branch on the way down. Like the very top of a stupid tree. Alright, so here's why I'm saying that. Unless I'm stupid, that could also be true. Sometimes it's very kind to call someone stupid. I appreciate it when people do, because it's like, oh, thank you. and then I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna learn something, and then not do that again. If no one says it, then they don't know. Like how like people say like, oh, retarded people don't know they're retarded. So like stupid people, they don't know it unless you tell them. Feelings are temporary. Feelings aside, just fucking say it. All right, here. All right. So like it says the word design, okay? And this is why I'm like, it makes me question intelligence. Because design wise, just God.
With this design, if the root node is at index 0, then the left child is at 1, and the right child is at 2. In general, if a node is at index I, then the left child is at index 2i plus 1, and the right child is at index 2i plus 2. This design also allows you to easily save a decision tree to file storage.
Alright. It says design. Design. What does design mean? It's not like it's not designed. I mean, it is. It's designed by stupid people. Ah, Shepard. Alright, what does design mean? The chatbot keeps getting dumber. It is so dumb at this point. It'll make up math. It'll tell me like 5 times 3 is 10. I'll be like, no, it's like, that's 15. It's like, no, 5 times 3 is 10. And then like, oh my god. It does not work. They are dumbifying GPT. It is so dumb. Alright, so like, this here. This trick or design, this is not design. If it is design, it's very poor design.
Two I plus 1, and the right child is at index 2i plus 2.
Alright, so that breaks down to this. You end up with, well, it breaks down whatever like this. So this, quote, design. Here, whatever. 2 times I plus 1 and 2 times I plus 2. This is an embedded ternary statement. So, embedded ternary. That means true or false. True or false. True or false. True or false. All the way down. So it's true or false from whatever base. True or false statement. So, design wise, This is, do you not know what you're doing? These people. Whoever came up with this, quote, design. Why would I say that? Well, because, like, seriously, do they know what they're doing? AI burns through so much electricity because it's doing redundant work because they don't know what they're doing. Alright, what does this do? This formula that they have for left-right node is this also. So 2 times I plus 2 and then 2 times I plus 1 for left-right node. It says design allows you to easily save a decision tree to file storage. Alright, I don't understand why that's so easy or what the benefit is. So this is the same thing. Except it's using left shift. Alright, so like left shift means times 2, which means you're doubling the space. So you have like AA, BB, CC, DD, or whatever. So times 2 means you get 0 and 1. Over and over. You're splitting the space into 2. And spatial partitioning is very important when it comes to performance because of the cache. The cache is like a huge role, like actual cache, not like, oh, it's going to be cached and no one knows what that means, or they're like, oh, it's caching or whatever, or oh, we'll rely on the cache and no one even like understands what they're saying, but they just call it caching. Alright, so like this design, if you want to call it design, it does this, okay? So packs things like this. So you get +1, +2 for left-right node. So whatever the base is, so starting here, whatever, this is +1, this one's +2. So when you access the next node in the tree, you're gonna get, let's say like, I'm gonna go to the right node. Because in here, whatever they explain, how they make the weight, they make it positive, negative. And they go like left, right in the tree. So I don't think they understand what they're doing at a fundamental level. Or they all just copy paste the same thing. Because there is tons of improvement in performance that can be gained. Just like with JavaScript. So like I made JavaScript engine, it's way faster than Chrome V8. I can make an AI that's way faster than this shit.
Understanding decision tree regression, splitting. The tree splitting part of constructing a decision tree regression system is best understood by looking at a concrete example. The root node of the demo decision tree is associated with all 200 rows of the training data. The splitting process selects some of the 200 rows to be assigned to the left child node, and the remaining rows to be assigned to the right child node. For simplicity, suppose that instead of the demo training data with 200 rows and 5 columns of predictors, a tree node is associated with just 5 rows of data, and the data has just 3 columns of predictors. The split algorithm will select some of the 5 rows to go to the left child and the remaining rows to go to the right child. The idea is to select the 2 sets of rows in a way so that their associated Y values are close together. The demo implementation does this by finding the split that minimizes the weighted variance of the target Y values. Because the proposed split has different numbers of rows, 2 rows for the left child and 3 rows for the right child, The weighted variance of the proposed split is used and is 20.25 plus 32.33. 5 equals 1.50.
What? Does that mean they waste data? Are you kidding me? There's no way. Did they just throw away half of the decision tree? Alright. So let's say we go to this node. It's like the right node. Or whatever. So from this node, it's going to be the base node. So plus or x is 0, whatever, it doesn't matter. Or add 0. Alright, so 0 is the base node. Alright, so let's say like we do a test, whatever. We test the weight is positive or negative, left node, right node. So I'm not sure if they're chaining multiple conditions when they get to the GPU. But like, let's say like you're at this node and then you do like, you're going to go to the right node because it's a positive weight. So now we're at the right node, which is here. And then we test the weight and it's like, all right, let's go to left node, which is here. So from left node, which is here, could this just work? If it's going to go to the right node or left node from here, here's the left node, here is the right node. So that's how it works. This continues on, down and down, until it hits the bottom of like the decision tree, whatever. Alright, so cache wise, we got here, and then here, then here. If I'm gonna go like to the right from here, then it goes to here. This is like choice 1. Choice 2, 3, 4, whatever. Alright, if it is always true that the tree goes to the left, you're gonna have a really, really good performance. I mean, you're gonna fucking just... It's gonna be choice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All the way down, fucking perfect cache line. Accessing whatever. I mean, this is straight up like perfect cache line access. So if this was also, the first choice here was also like the left node, then it's like actual straight up like perfection. It's like boom, choice, 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 choice. Each one of them aligns immediately after perfect cache line. But if you can go +2 instead of +1, hold on, something's not right. It's I left shift 1. So if you end up at 1, oh no, this is terrible. If you're at like choice 2, whatever, left shift 1 multiplied by 2, you get 4 plus 2. No, that is right. Alright, that's confusing. Alright, so like, that means if you ask chat about a question, and if it's like a 15 gigabyte decision tree, so if it's 15 gigs of these in a row, if you ask it a question, and it's always left node, it's going to go through the first 15 gigs of the data with perfect fetching. Well, not it. It'd be like first 7 gigs because it'd be half of it. Why half? Because it's halfway through. Because it's multiplying by 2 for no reason at all. But it's called the design. So like, they're literally creating branch predictor overhead with the address space by doing it this way. So their design is what? To recreate branch predictor overhead when addressing. Why would you design something like that? So if there was like 15 gigs of training data and there's a if-else tree, whatever, and it's always the left case. If this is like 1 gig and there's like a whole bunch in between, this is at 2 gigs, a whole bunch in between of the decision tree. So if it's like 8 gigs total, because the training models are huge, because they're pre-trained, it just uncompresses the state that it was. 5 gigs, 6 gigs, 7 gigs. So if it's always the left node, you're gonna get some really, really good performance because that thing's gonna be cached all the way down. It's all in the first like half of the memory, of the total memory. But once you get like a write node, you're gonna like jump and move further down in the memory. So like, I don't know, I'm gonna check really quick, double check. So how did they write it up over here? So 2 times I plus 1. And then 2 times I plus 2. Alright, so like, what I think would make more sense is instead of like splitting the space like this, just like make a true tree and false tree. And then you can like cache both of them separately. Because it's like spatial partitioning or whatever. So like let's say it's like x86, like 32-bit, and you have like memory here. And instead of doing this, you say like address at 0 gigs to 3 gigs range, and then another one at the other half. So that's chatbot and see what it says. Because of course chatbot will know. It's not like it's you know, whatever. Alright, so if I say like address in here, the computer address, whatever, plus I times 2. Times size t. Size of. Alright, this is getting like, yeah. So if you'll now set 0 bytes and then 0 gigs and then 4 gigs. Alright, so like codes or extra segment, not extra segment, FSGS, I use those two. So like FS segment and GS segment, if I move to them, these addresses in memory, so address plus 0 gigs, and then address plus 4 gigs. So FS segment register would be pointing to here, and then the GS segment register would be pointing to here. So when you access the segment register, it's baked in to the segment as being like this segment here, and you add to it whatever. So FSGS. Alright, so this means CPU, it knows when it's caching that we got a FS segment and GS segment. Now you're ready to have your mind blown. This is like 2 separate cache lines with perfect caching. So now you can actually use the CPU. I think there's like 8 possible ports you could have at a time. Or it has like 8 read, write, and retire ports, or whatever. I don't know. The CPU has like a shitload of layers in like units, and like it all overlaps. It's fake as hell, but it runs. But I'm gonna check out, would this be, or how perform would this be, or whatever. So like, if you're gonna load a weight, I guess like move AX, FS, GS, and then move DX or CX. Or AX would be like maybe like the last instruction or the last weight or whatever. So AX. Or not even move. Alright, so now I don't need the times 2. It's just this. And just +1. And then there's like conditional move. It's crappy. I'm just putting conditional move. I don't even know how to write a conditional move. I think it's like C move. I think like destination. Maybe like a test. AX is 0. Or compare. Alright, test less than 0. Conditional move DX, BX, CX. I'll have chatbot fix it. Because conditional moves are very slow. So I don't use them. That's not right. You know what, whatever. Chatbot will fix it. So I guess AX would hold. The weight that's been fetched, if it's less than or greater than the last one, you know what, whatever. It'll hold whatever is fetched, the weight. If it's like left or right, or whatever. Based on if, whatever, yeah. Yeah, no, this is like not really possible to write a tiny little sample. So I'm ask chatbot if it can fix this. Do I need 2 more registers? I think SI, DI. Or is this 1 register even? So add SI1. And just put here. Alright, so I'm gonna chatbot to fix this. Fix E6. Well, it's 32-bit mode, whatever. Because 64-bit, they removed segment registers, which pisses me off a lot. I mean, that was like half the fun of 32-bit assembly. Now it's just like flat rip register addressing, which is garbage. I just made chatbot to like fix this, make it like workable, whatever, and I'll compare it to this, and then see which would technically have better performance. And then I'll like, I don't know, there's like so many optimizations you could add to this that they don't do. I would assume it's because they don't know what they're doing, but apparently they're making money. Well, they're losing money. You know what? It is what it is. They say they know what they're doing. They say it's AI, so it must be true. Why would it not be? And if it wasn't, well, everybody's pretty much screwed that bet that it's gonna be. Alright, so I'm gonna like, I gotta get some programming done. So can you assume what this assembly does and fix it? Fix it to work for 32-bit, segmented. x86. Man, it's gonna be picky right off the bat. Damn. Alright, it says you're trying to express this logic. FSGs point to different data regions. Read one value from each chat offset SI, advanced SI. If previous AX was negative, pick GS value, else FS value. But your syntax mixes and possible forms. Blah blah blah. Well, duh. I put 4 gig, and of course it's possible. Here's the correct 32-bit segmented and actually valid. I doubt that, but let's see. Is it correct and valid? Alright, so move AX address. Move FS AX. Why is it? I don't want to actually get the address at that location. I want to assign the actual address by linker. I should put label. So label 8 gig array. So chatbot's being lazy. It's like, oh, I'm not going to compute the 4 gigabyte offset. I'll just assume that you're loading what at an offset of 4 gigs. That makes no sense. So it's like it's lazy as hell. Oh man, 32-bit doesn't have that big of address space. I guess I'm stuck to 4 gigs. Alright, so this is the base of the 4 gig array. And then this is 4 gig array plus 2 gigs. I think that's 2 gigs. Whatever, it's close enough if it isn't. Alright, so FS, GS segments are loaded. Alright, so move, BX, FS, SI. This is a weird syntax. Oh no, that is actually how it is. It's override, segment override. So moves BX, CX from FS and GS, increment, source index, check AX sign, test. I didn't want to jump, I want a conditional, you know what, whatever. I want a conditional move. So test AX, jump, not. What's J, not S? Not signed? Whatever. So AX greater than or equals 0. Use FS value. So I'll jump to here. So it'll move AX, BX. Otherwise, it'll move AX, CX. And then I'll go to done. Alright, so my chatbot. Will this essentially, or I'm gonna ask it how well would this run for the cache wise? It has a branch in here, you know what? It doesn't matter. How well will this run cache wise? To split the memory into 2 separate segments and then access it sequentially each time. Alright, so it says spatial locality, good. Both areas access linearly. Hardware prefetcher, blah blah blah. 2 independent streams, still good. Modern CPUs track multiple streams, typically 2 to 8 concurrent prefetch. Even older CPUs can do 2. Your pattern, exactly 2 streams ideal. So A and B get prefetched, cache miss rate stays low. After warm up, okay, whatever. Warm up has nothing, but yeah. It says interleaving effect. You alternate load A, load B. This is slightly worse than load AA and then load BBB, but only marginally. Each stream progresses half the speed, but still sequential, so prefetch still works. So each 64-byte cache line holds many elements, blah blah blah. Cache pressure, you are effectively doubling the work set. Instead of 1 stream, 2 streams, so L1 fills with both A and B. If arrays are large, blah blah blah. It says FSGS adds no benefit. The CPU is like layered. It has a bunch of fucking layers. Make this whatever. So it probably doesn't add benefit, whatever. But I just want to make it explicit. It's like 2 separate segments. That's all I was cared about. Alright. So it says, you know what? Okay, whatever. It says this. This is not for cache optimization. Alright, so what I want to ask it though is how the way they do it currently is for cache optimization. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to say, oh, this is actually optimal for caching. So I want to like trick it into not knowing what I'm asking. So like, whatever. Alright, so I'm asking it, is this optimal for caching? Or more optimal for caching? Or cache-wise? And how does it compare to the assembly? Or what would the assembly look like? The pattern for this type of accessing. Memory question mark. It says 7 gigs, you know what, whatever. It says you sketch is essentially interleaving multiple logical streams into one linear layout so that the access pattern becomes a single forward walk instead of bouncing between 2 separate regions. It says that can be more cache friendly, but only if the layout actually matches the way you consume it. It says first interpretation, your diagram looks like you're trying to transform this 2 independent streams, packed interleave layout. So instead of jumping between FSGS maintaining multiple streams, 1 linear stream. So let's see if it like applies it as being this optimization or whatever, or like design, if it calls it design. Alright, so this is basically the first one I said here compared to this. And I can make an AI that is so much faster. Like, holy fuck, way faster. And then OpenAI, Anthropic, they have tons of debt. They got quotas to meet. I got 0 quotas. So I can make the fastest fucking shit. And then I could have people train it instead of training it myself. So instead of like stealing everyone's info, I could have people train it themselves, and they could train their own AI. It'd probably progress slower, but then I'm not stealing shit like they did. Alright, so got this access pattern versus this access pattern. The rest of it's like the same down here. So we gotta move BX ESI plus, or EDI plus ESI times 2, and then EDI plus ESI times 2 plus 2. So it's not the same exact formula. Oh man, I'd have to benchmark it. I just realized. But it... I can't waste my time benchmarking. I'll do that later. If I split up into like 2 separate packed memory chunks, that's 2 separate cache lines. It's like predict this one and this one. how did I not test that? So would that be faster though than predicting one cache line where it has to skip over all these spots in between? Because this way it has to skip all the space in between, and once it gets there, they'll both be there in the cache. And then I'll do the next one. And the next one. But if it's this way, it's gonna do, it'll cache like maybe here, and then here. So I'll have this one, and I'll have this one. Two separate cache lines. So if either of these end up being slower or not cached, it'll slow down the other one. But if the CPU has 8 read write ports or whatever, it should be faster. So I have to benchmark to find out. I'm not doing that right now. So maybe I should hold off on saying this is stupid until I benchmark it. And something's off with this. I don't know, whatever. Alright, so would doing 2 separate cache lines on purpose, so the whole cache line for each is always fetched, be faster than jumping over the gap and then being like, oh look, at least it's here when it accesses it. So I don't know. I had to benchmark. I didn't think of that. This is technically splitting the resources. Except even if it's splitting resources into 2 parts, they should be faster than this. But it might not be. Because there's so many layers to CPU. And really, technically, it can't actually do only one thing fast. So maybe it would end up prefetching one of these more than the other one. And it end up being like the same exact performance in the end. So everything is fucking pointless. Damn. Alright. Alright, so anyways. This is like how they do now. It's like triple state. Or 3 conditions, whatever, ternary. Man, I cannot see anything. It's freaking big ass text now. If they add one more option to this. So the other what I was talking about. if it ends up being faster, I'd hit the benchmark it. So I'm not doing that right now. But if you do like this instead, you could do I left shift or 2 instead of 1, whatever. So it's times 4 instead of 2. So instead of times 2, like they have here, it's like I times 4. That gives you 4 slots. So with 4 slots, you could hold a range. So instead of just having true or false, you would have like an array. Man, this is so complicated. I can't even just simply... I'm just gonna ask chatbot theoretically and see what it says. I get something done. Alright, times 4 means you get 2 more options. So if you go left or right, you can go left or right, but you could also have on top of it extra, like precision or whatever, have like a switch statement or a case. So with times 2, you could just left right. So I times 2 plus 1 or 2. Alright, so that's like 50-50. It's set up like this. So like a game engine, or like game assembler, whatever you want to call it. The screen has quadrants, or if you split it up into quadrants. So if you want AI, and you want like pattern match to detect, and then doing true or false would be very sucky to do so. If you want to like evaluate space, because I'll ask chatbot to extrapolate based on what it assumes, because it'll probably get it when I'm explaining. So like this is like left, right, weights. And then this would be switch statement, weights, precision, whatever, I don't know. So like one left shift SW. And then SW would be like the switch statement number cases. So like length. Or scale maybe. I'll just do, yeah. Scale. And then this would be the switch statement scale that's applied. So if you go left, it means going left. When accessing it, it either needs to be like 2 depth or whatever. And this is like maybe you go right. And now it's like there's be like 16 total cases instead of just 2. So 2 would give you like 4 options for like quadrant 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Or 0, 1, 2, 3, whatever. If you go right, maybe that means like the grid gets more tight. It's really complicated to like explain. I need to get something done. So if you go like to the right, well actually there's more options than this. Like 16. Oh man, if we can take this in. Alright, first match chatbot. Currently, when evaluating like an image, do they split it 50-50? Because currently it's like true false nodes. And if they do, how would this relate? And see if you can put together. So I'm not sure if the scale amount would be in the previous one or the next one. It's confusing. So like if you go left, maybe that'll be like the normal times 2. So like left shift 1, then plus K01 or 1 plus 2. But if you go like to the right node, it'll be 4 times 4 whatever. So it's like 2, 4, 8, 16. I think it's 16. I always overlook the details. One left shift 4. 16. Alright, so somehow, even if this is not perfect or whatever, there's gotta be a way to type it up like this. So currently, when Chappell runs, it's left to right, left to right, left to right. So you got this, no matter what, left to right. So pattern matching wise, this is basically retarded. This would be the dumbest way to do anything. This would be a way to fucking burn CPU cycles. This would be slow as hell. It's gonna duplicate tons of stuff, each node. Because it's only 50%. But this way, if you need different level of detail or whatever, in this technically, it's not gonna work. Exactly. We might have one here. I need like I. Alright, this would need to be adjusted. The math does not math perfectly. Maybe Chatbot will fix it. Alright, so something like this. Except this would be I plus 1. Because if each of these take up 4 instead of just 2, it'll be plus 1. To account for the fact that these 2 exist as part of the option that's used. Otherwise, yeah. To account for the extra length, scale length, before left, right. Alright, this is really complicated. I can't really just like, you know. So AI currently runs off this. And this, it would also probably need to be adjusted to be pointer based. There's no reason to use this trick. This is a stupid trick. It is pointless. It is literally pointless. Has 0 point. I don't know. AI is dumb. But there's ways to make it wait, or potentially there should be. I cannot believe it runs off this. This is ridiculous. I need to like get this stuff done. Game engine stuff or game assembler. And then do AI stuff after that's done. I still gotta dig into the matrix multiplying. Alright, so first like so when AI evaluates an image, it breaks it down to left-right nodes, or decision trees. Alright, so that's not how it does it. It says what you're describing, left-right decision tree goes to what? An older, simpler, oh, okay. Modern AIs. The image, numeric grid. The image becomes a big array of numbers. Not decisions, just raw data. It does massive parallel math. Wow. Massive. Each layer builds more abstract representations. Are you kidding me? That's the dumbest shit ever. That's not even answering what I asked. Alright. Alright, AI. Is this what it does? It takes an image. Let's say the image has like 200 by 200 pixels. What it does is it blurs them all. It's like 4 pixels. And then tries to find a shape. So be like, are these all almost the same color? And it breaks it down more. Or it unbreaks it down. And be like, oh look, there's something in this area. They're all like the same color. And I'll break it down. Or unbreak it down to even more like detail. And now it's like, alright, over here there was something from the last pass. And now it looks like the colors are like this. Or they're like almost the same. And it's like, oh, there seems to be a ring. And these inner colors, they don't match up. But there's something definitely in here, in this area, based on the tree depth and the resolution from the other passes, that this is something, and inside of it there's a hole. So this must be a donut. And AI would be like, that's like 99% a donut. But it's not done, because there's more pixels. So it'll break it down more and more and more. It'll match it to other images in the database and see and compare like this is stupid as hell. That's pattern matching, it's not even AI. Alright. Alright, how much? Is true false more efficient? Like left right nodes. Than a switch statement. Or cases in general offsets from a base. It says a symbol true or false can be very fast, but it's not inherently more efficient than a switch case. or table-based dispatch. Alright, so it says switch, multiple cases, compile mixed jump table. Alright, so many dense cases, jump table is more efficient. Alright, is AI a dense case? Is AI considered a dense case? It says it's not a dense case. Two completely different models of computation. What AI does instead, continuous, not discrete, math heavy, not branch heavy, data flow, not control flow. Wow, that's clever. It says, instead of pick one case, combine all the inputs with weights. The key difference, switch jump table. One index, one path, AI, many inputs, blended result. What AI actually does is the opposite of a jump table. AI uses all signals at once, nothing is ignored, just weighted differently. Alright. So just weighted differently. Would there be any benefit to having more than just left-right weights? Weight decision. Yes or no? It says yes. Limiting everything to a strict left-right binary decision throws away information. Using more than two weights, allowing multiple continuous contributions is exactly what makes modern models effective. Only one pass survives, information discarded, very limited expressiveness. Weighted multiple inputs contribute simultaneously. That's not even... Oh my god, that's it? That's how it does it? Oh, that's stupid. So that's what multi-weight means. Alright, so multi-weight. Is this true or false, but with multiple steps? Is this essentially left-right weights, but with multiple steps? Merging left-right weights into a single left-right result. It says not quite. What you're describing sounds like do multiple left-right decisions, then merge in. Alright, so is it more like this? Do all left decisions and right decisions and compare them. So not this. You're saying then that it's more like do all left decisions and then all right decisions. And then decide from the cumulative total of the left and right column of all the separate left and right total columns as a single column. Resulting with, yeah, you know, whatever. This is not that either. You're still trying to force left-right column versus merge. That structure doesn't exist. So it's not do all left, do all right, sum. Alright. Is it, alright, here it says one combined operation, not separate categories. So weight 1 times A, weight 2 times B, plus weight 3 times C. I swear to cheese. Oh, this is dumb. Alright, so it's like this then. Alright, so then it ends up being this column selected compared to this one selected. Also with this one selected. To then pick the next one selected if the overall, well, wait a second. What is the overall? Huh. Oh, it applies the left-right to all of them at the same time. That's what it is. Alright, so the left-right direction to go is applied across all, is applied as the index, or is applied as the direction to go at whatever depth it is at within each each of the separate ABC trees of left-right nodes. At each depth, you take a left or right direction, and that direction determines which memory slot you reach. Decision tree traversal model. This is not a match real execution. None of these systems behave like that. Your ABC pattern looks like you're trying to encode different offset patterns, but what you actually have is different memory layouts with different stripe patterns. The correct mental model, for example, your layouts. Is there no point in the multiple layers? What's the point in multiplying the several layers together? Is that the attention or whatever? They change the layers to change the attention. Alright. Is there ever negative numbers in the contribution? It says yes. Oh, that's weird. But it's only giving positive examples. It says yes, in real models, including modern neural networks, contributions can be negative. Alright, so negative means... So negative is used to determine left or right node, question mark. This is no. Negative versus positive are not used to choose left or right nodes. Decision tree, not how it works. Alright, what does negative mean then? In the modern neural network. It does not indicate the model select the left column. It does not mean go left or select a different branch. It means something much simpler. It subtracts influence. fucking shit. God damn. Oh. Oh, you mean like this? Alright, so it subtracts influence instead of adding influence. Alright, so, like this. That subtracts and adds influence. Memory address offsets. Oh, so does this not turn into a memory address offset? Alright, so it says it subtracts influence instead of adding influence. So algebraically, when physically converted to control flow, or data flow actually, so algebraically, when physically converted to data flow, it subtracts influence instead of adding influence. That does not change the address space, the address. That does not adjust the address to change any memory locations. But this does. It says, yes, that's not even true. Does not change the memory address, does not change what you load. Only changes how the loaded value affects the running result. Alright, so we're talking about a summation that ends up being positive or negative. The final result is a single summation. A stream of positive or negative numbers that add up to a negated or positive result. But it's multiple, many separate positive, negative results. It says yes. Now you're very close to the right mental model. It's a summation of many contributions, and each contribution can be positive or negative. But important correction, it's not multiple separate final results. It's one evolving accumulator. Each contribution can be positive or negative. Everything merges into one scalar output. A stream of updates into a single running sum, not multiple results. Oh, even better. Alright, if it's a single running sum, why does the compute shader output 64 kilobytes that the CPU has to loop through and find the largest percentage. So if it is into a single running sum, why does the GPU output a 64 kilobyte, or it's way bigger than that, it's like megabytes, like a 4 megabyte weighted array, a 4 megabyte compute shader weighted array for the CPU to find the highest percentage value for selecting the index of the token. Because that stage is no longer one neuron. Oh, it's a neuron. Okay, yes, very smart people. One neuron, summing inputs. It's a large parallel scoring problem, and the GPU is being used to compute many candidate results at once. You're mixing two different levels of pipeline. What the GPU is actually doing in language transform, the final step looks like logits score for token. GPU computes 5,000 separate outputs. 50,000 separate outputs. Alright. Like, fuck me. Like, wow. This is like... It said it's one weighted sum, now it's like 50,000 separate outputs. I mean, everything is true and false all at the same time. Alright, so instead of one sum, it's 50,000 parallel sums. Alright, so 50,000 parallel sums. That are what? Computed off the summation of a positive negative result. Oh, I got it. It's like branchless. That's stupid. That's really dumb. So it's 50,000 parallel sums, and each is its own accumulated summation. Accumulated streamed summation. Or accumulated summation stream. It's done in parallel. So it's 50,000 parallel sums, and each its own accumulated summation stream of positive or negative numbers, or positive or negative weights. To not make a left-right decision tree. Oh my god, no way. That means of the 50,000 parallel sums, it could be the highest negative or positive number. Wow. Alright, so of the 50,000 parallel sums, when the CPU picks the highest percentage, the percentage could be positive or negative. Oh my god. Is this what gets fed in to the left-right tree? No. There's no. Oh, this is so dumb. Oh, I got it. I figured it out. Oh, that's so fucking dumb. Oh, that is hilarious. The GPU does all that, and then it fucking passes it in to pick left or right. Damn. Oh my god. Oh wait, higher identifying percentage. Alright, they're not percentages, they're probabilities. So that can choose a token from a negative logit. Yes. Alright, so the chosen token can come from a negative logit, and that's used to decide in the left right tree. And that after the 50,000 parallel summations is used. Holy fuck. This is the dumbest. Alright, so the chosen token from the negative logit, if it is negative, of the 50,000 parallel sums that fucking result, or no, that result, not fucking, just not swearing. Alright, so that single selected token is used to feed back in to select the left node if negative or the right node if positive. What a fucking joke. Oh no. The feedback step you're imagining, negative left node, positive right node, does not exist. Oh really? Okay. Alright, what does it do with the negative? What does it do with the weight? Alright, what is done with the weight? Is it fed back in? For the next token. Yes. No. It is a fucking left-right tree routing. Just because you removed the fact that it's a left-right tree node doesn't mean it's not a left-right tree node. I'm not even gonna paste this. It's not worth it. Then it's in their data. These people are dumb already. I was just like, yeah, I can get some stuff done. Alright, I figured it out. Finally. People are fucking idiots. So like, I don't know. When I get to the game assembler or whatever, I'm gonna like, I don't know. I finally got like figured out front to back. Make an AI or whatever. Train your AI, and then make adjustments to the AI, whatever. But after like implement the same way they do it, just have something that works, and then modify it. Because, alright, so like positive, negative is left, right. They could also, I'm not even gonna, yeah. How to get something done. There's like tons of improvement in ways to adjust the current way to do it. Especially if that's how it's done. It's ridiculous. Oh, I'm tired of this. So I had to like, what I didn't want was to use JavaScript to hold my whole program together. But that's exactly what I ended up with. I have JavaScript pre-generating parts of the program. And yeah, it's kind of annoying. But it is what it is. So last time, I had to manually go through. Find replace is like really annoying. But now the files look like this. And I squirreled away the logic or like the templated part in a file. So it like pre-generates it. So this makes like everything so much fucking easier. It's really nice. It's so fancy. I can like add more devices or like drivers, whatever, sound, Ethernet, mouse, keyboard, GPU, whatever it is. Really easily. Man, AI. Oh, I got some ideas now. The only thing I don't get is the attention part. But as a lookup table, that'd be like a stupid AI, but it'd be just as dumb as one they got now. So I gotta figure out how the attention applies to the model. And then I got like the whole thing figured out. That's the only part I don't got. But like the decision making, how it works with GPU now, I got that at least. And I can't waste my time on that. I had to do that after I get the engine running. I also have JavaScript, I get that done. Right here. So like in GPU mesh or like video or still, like image, whatever, I can add more of these, more options. All I can do is make a new file and then I do like find replace on the base name, whatever the name that it is of the file. And then that adds the option or whatever. It predefines all the stuff behind the scenes. And then this file includes the modules, whatever. And then the ordering is all like, it's handled. All of it, all the like wiring or whatever. Well, I still gotta finish it behind the scenes. So if I want to if I want to add like sound or like Ethernet, let's make some includes for that. Or like, I don't know, device, keyboard, mouse. I do that, but I need like a base type also, so the base type would be device. So make these 3 files. It needs to be for like devices, keyboard, mouse. And then I have an enumeration option to pick within the option, like a 3rd domain. So like the first domain is the device. The second domain is within the device. so like keyboard or mouse. And the third domain is the enumeration of the second domain. So it really is have 4 domains, because the device domain is separate from the GPU domain. So I don't know, whatever. So I make this, and then these files are these files up here. And then I put the code in here. And I update the name to like device, mouse, whatever, keyboard. And inside this block, I put anything that needs to be before the counters are accumulated, and anything that's after goes here. This is like begin, create, and finish or something. Damn. It is not drawing where I'm writing. It's way off. This program is shit. You know what? Whatever. I gotta get something done. Fucking fuck. So all I gotta do now is I guess the enumerations go in here. So if I add more devices later, I copy paste this file, change the names. So there's a file to match up with the device. But then I also have to put the device name up here. So it include the file path. So here. So I gotta make the files though still. So that's these files here. GPU mesh still real. So we got mesh. Still and then the real. I'm almost done. At first it was like this. And it was like a pain in the ass to find a place. Now it's just this. So add a new device, and make the file, and then paste these parts. just builds. And all the counts, accumulators, and stuff are all literal defines. Compile time constant. And I want to be able to like swap them in and out or whatever. So like define it up here, and then undefine it here. Because behind the scenes, or like in the file include, it defines other assumed tokens that exist. So this is just a placeholder token, but it has to be undefined, so it won't throw an error. And then I use it as like an indicator to like indicate that it's assumed that it's present. So if it's not, then it catches an error. So like if I want to like override the device file or whatever, like device file keyboard, then this layer I would override it. So keyboard's this one. And then undefined here. And then include here. So this is like a placeholder token to say like assume that it exists or whatever. So really there's no point in the parentheses. But there is. Because when I include this file, it does token concatenating. And doing this preserves the namespace. So I don't know, this is like, yeah. So at the end of this, I have separate arrays for every single type. So time scheduler can run through and just shred whatever like arrays that need to be computed. And I can throw off work to separate threads or whatever, or cores or whatever. And I have all the devices partitioned into like their own separate groupings and stuff. And then everything breaks down to here is like the final include. So like this define says like start the expansion whatever, and then include them here. And then behind the scenes it just magically assigns everything, and it's just boom, done. It makes a blob of pre-computed literal defines. I don't have to go like this. I don't have to do this. I don't have to do this. Like, I literally don't have to do this. I don't have to go 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't have to do that. I don't have to like define it 2-3 times. Or like maybe this is one table and there's another table after it. I don't have to keep track of it. I literally just include, and then it builds the whole thing. This saved me so much fucking time. Like, holy fuck. So I want to do this. I don't need an X macro. I don't have to do any of that. I can define every fucking thing individually and then expand it in one place. And everything is pre-computed. Well, will be. I gotta like finish up a couple things. So I'm gonna shove and get that done. Back up. Make sure it runs. Has Unity or Unreal Engine added AI to their engines? I think everything runs. Because AI literally uses the compute shader. That's all there is to it. And 50,000 parallel summations to pick one final resulting whatever the fuck it is token. Takes what's it called? I don't even know. Logit. I think it's a logit. What a waste of a GPU. And then the CPU like loops through to find it, the biggest one. It's dumb. Alright, back up. And since like AI is the amount of time it takes to compute, well actually they do have multiple passes. It doesn't get any more accurate. but it should be a constant time. Using that would be good for like an AI, because then like when the game character or whatever computes something, if the game had AI, like the crappy AI that they have, it'd be a constant time or whatever. And then like if you have like 30 characters or enemies on the screen, could you do that? I think you could pass multiple compute layers at the same time. If there's like 3 enemies on the screen, in a game, and they're like computing to find the player, whatever. And you like pass that to the GPU. If like the GPU has to make like a 4 megabyte, 50,000 parallel lookup for each character or like entity in the game, that might not be feasible. That's actually ridiculous. I can't believe they run compute on a shader, on a server. Oh, that's what they call compute, because it uses a compute stage on the GPU. Duh. Man, I gotta focus on this shit. Okay, maybe adding AI to game engine would suck. Or kill the performance. Alright, so first, like, can the GPU do multiple compute? Multiple compute shader renders at the same time. Or is it run compute shader, then wait for one result, run the next? You know what? I don't fucking care. Alright, it's not that bad. There's some kind of overlap. Alright, so what game engines currently have AI? As part of the engine to like attach it to like entities in the game or a 3D environment. What just happened? Did you just give the second answer again? This is not even usable. I asked what game engines currently have AI as part of the engine to attach it to entities in the game or a 3D environment. It's like, no. It's not run one compute shader, wait, run the next. Modern GPUs can run many compute shader invocations at the same time. But the exact meaning, that's not even what I'm asking. This is not even usable anymore. What the fuck? Oh, now it answered it. And several mainstream game engines already include built-in AI. Unreal Engine, behavior trees. That's not AI. Unity doesn't have a single unified AI. You know what? It doesn't matter. This is not even usable anymore. I would hate to pay $20. And these ads are stupid as hell. Yeah, it's gonna die. The bubble is gonna pop. It's gonna be a ton of money. Lost. Well, someone makes money. Just not the people that like funded it. They're gonna lose money. What a stupid bet. I gotta back up. JonsScript runs. Builds the files. This C program runs off those files. I think everything's working. I need more caffeine. I'm gonna let the AI thing go for now. Figure that out later. Let's set up. The templating stuff for oh, I got so much to do. I'm not sure if I've said this before, but like, yeah, no, I've said this a ton of times. C language. Yes, C language. C language. C language. I'm not even gonna finish what I'm gonna say. I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. C language. Oh, that's gonna be annoying. Using JavaScript to generate. That's why the mic was turned up. Damn it. I need to focus. Using C language. JavaScript to generate. C language sucks. I'm tired of this. I get it done. So I'm gonna set up this stuff that goes inside this block. That's the plan. Nothing goes to plan. Yep. there's like several different counters. Some are internal. Some need to replace the current defines that are being checked against. So I gotta find these. There's also duplicates. And it's really annoying. There's an end file. Where then there's an AB file for two different counters. And then there's a create file. So like create file makes the initial define count to 0. But this exists in both files. In the base file, where it doesn't have an extension, and then also in the other file with the extension. In the base file, it needs to always be present before the extension file. If it's not, it throws an error. Or it's supposed to. I should check that it does. So if I put this before... Oh, please throw an error. Error. Type must exist before any type extension. Hooray. Yes. Oh, this is so good. I gotta pick one counter. One of them. Figure out one of them. And then work through the rest. Fuck. I thought it would be fancy to use 2 squirrels to represent like a base type. And then use 1 squirrel for every type that's not like the generic type or whatever. Because I'm using like the double squirrel for like the meta collection or counters. And this is really difficult to read. Like, man. Then I like interleaved it or interweaved. And like check, is it one of these 2 exception files, the base files, or like the meta files? Then it does this, and it redefines this counter. Else, it's this include, and this is so freaking god, man. I should have named something different. It's too late now. So this is extra define. Here. So this is supposed to be, oops, for like the length of every extension within the GPU category, or whatever category it is. So it also makes one of these files for like the meta file. So the meta file already has its own counters. That's the whole point of the meta file. So I gotta figure out if this is fucking up the other counters or if it's just like being accumulated. Yeah. No, I gotta figure out what the fuck is going on. I gotta like turn off this file. This makes it really confusing. And I think it ends up with the same name as like another define, but it's not overlapping. I think it's defined as 0 in 2 places, but it doesn't throw an error because the compiler's like, hey, same value. It's not an issue, but it is. Man, this is annoying. I do this to myself. That's the plan. That's not really a plan. But I gotta figure out what counter goes to what. And then I don't want to be doing this. I want to be like writing the freaking program. This is really annoying. Freaking mess of includes and includes and includes. Doing this in C language sucks. In assembly, it's data and labels. It's that simple. In assembly, it's everything else on top of it. And you don't even get performance with all the extra stuff you gotta do. And it's not even more performant. I'm gonna figure out what it's even defined to first, and then try to remove it, and then sort the rest of this out. Oh my god, I'm so tired of this. This file. This length. So what includes this file? I don't care. But I gotta find it. God. Why does it find this file if it doesn't exist? Oh, great. Alright, this is the exception file that I added here. Overlooked. This was it. This way through. It's the extension. It's included for every extension. Oh my god. These are backup files. I need to freaking delete that. Alright. It's only included for the meta files, which keep track of the rest of the files. So I have no idea what the count is going to be. This count. So this is for the GPU. That counts fine. So I figured out that was last time. So what the hell is this even? Make this done. Is it greater than 0? Equal to 1, 2, 3. Maybe it's less than 0. Test for 0, 2. There's only 3 types. 4 possibly. Heck. I hate this program so much. Error C. Oh, please be 0. Yes. It's not used. So I will just not make that file. if I don't remove it, I'm gonna forget. If I remove it, it's gonna take time to figure out where to fucking modify the code. Save it back up, and then remove it. That's a waste of time. I'm just gonna undefine it for now, and that's good enough. It's like a reminder, and then I can delete it later. That's being lazy. I need to just freaking update it. Fuck. Everything can suck a dick. I'm tired of the effort. The effort it takes to make shit. Because everything is shit. Fuck. 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 You shouldn't have to use another language to code generate for C language. The fact that Microsoft, it took them 24 years to add include to .NET. God, the incompetency. They waited 24 years to add include to .NET. 24 years. They were like, you know what? We're gonna make people wait. We're not gonna add include. We have a point to prove. Their point was that you don't need include. And then 24 years later, they're like, oh shit, we gotta add include. It's freaking idiots. Man, GPT just keeps getting dumber and dumber. It's not even usable. It wasn't in the first place. But now, it's just freaking... God. You say, oh, it doesn't have include. Oh, it doesn't even know. I swear to fuck. Microsoft is the most biased, thieving, stupid, idiot-like.
New chat, search chats, images.
The incompetency of big tech. You guys are so incompetent. And everybody knows it, and you even know it. You're so incompetent.
It took C# 24 years to add include because.
And it didn't matter for like literally 30 years. But it's all catching up. All of it. Public domain. Everything free, everything visible, but still hackable. And it's all gonna fall apart. The best thing ever for me. Luckily, running a fucking OS.
The addition of include or a similar feature in C# was likely influenced by several factors, but it took a long time to implement due to a combination of reasons tied to language design, philosophy, and priorities. While C# has undergone many enhancements over the years, some changes take longer to adopt due to the following considerations.
C# has no strengths. If you want to program in C#, it'll give you an appreciation for any other fucking language. This is ridiculous. It literally just made a 3-4 paragraph, 6 paragraph, 7 paragraph response. Hallucinated it. It just freaking made it up. It doesn't even know that they added it to language. And it's just making stuff up. Oh my god, this is so dumb. C# was not designed for simplicity. It was designed to lock people in and waste their fucking time, get them stuck using C# if they're in the forsaken position where they got used in the first place.
1. Language philosophy and simplicity was designed with a focus on simplicity and readability. Features are often added slowly to maintain this clarity. The language creators may have felt that including a preprocessor directive like include or something similar could lead to more complexity in the codebase or introduce potential pitfalls, such as dependencies that are harder to track and debug.
Right.
Give a link to MSVC where they document include being added to .NET. It looks like there may be some confusion about the include directive in C#. As of my knowledge cutoff in October 2023, there is no official include directive in C# or .NET. It's possible that you're referring to something different, but there's no preprocessor directive called include in the C# language or the MSVC, Microsoft Visual C++ compiler. Is an experimental add-in feature that has flags to enable Find IT.
Microsoft. They're not gonna make it. I have to wait. I'm gonna have to make a lazy C compiler to just convert some C over to my OS. Because I have a first OS. I'm gonna make a second one with it. I hate C language. And C# and .NET have nothing to do with C. Everything is so stupid. Alright, this is defined as 0. If I wait till later, I'm gonna forget. I have to figure out again. I have a copy of this. Alright, so this is defined in the create file, the top file, in this file. It's 0. And then it shows up in other files. So whatever. So you need to not define it there, and then not make this file. And then all confusion is taken care of. With this at least. Oh, the lag. I'm gonna save it back up. I'm gonna shut up and then get this removed. Stream's only 5 hours. It's not that bad. I can get something done. Alright, if I can get this removed. That was like the main confusion point. Dear God. What did I just click? It's so laggy. Like I hover over here and then click and then like it's stuck. And then click stuff I didn't mean to click. Alright, I gotta remove that counter. Then I gotta find these counters. And I gotta like just gut any defines, replace them to use these first. But not these. I gotta use the actual defines. It builds. This is build. Oh shit. I'm so tired. Everything is. Freaking pause the screen. So I gotta find out what I fucking clicked when I was on that other menu. Because it did something with something. So I gotta find out what it did. Here. Okay, what was it? I I don't care. I don't care what it was. Waste my freaking time. What did he click? Was that it? Here. Undo left delete. I'm not even on a file. How did I fuck it up? Did I hit save on something? Freaking open it back up. This is a 9. Oh, please build. I'm tired of this. real-time programming. Whatever that means. Why is Sublime not opening? So something got messed up in this file. Maybe it doesn't matter. I don't care. I'm not going to reorganize anything. Leave everything where it is. I think the _FF files might be used. You know what? I have no idea what happened. Something fucked it up. This should still be running. This is so boring. I need to get Shrek loaded up. These squares are so boring. Man, 3D modeling sucks. I do not have the attention span. Hey, where's Shrek? I'm gonna just delete the body. It's disturbing. The whole thing's disturbing. That's not the body. Neither is that. That's the head. That's body. Alright. That if I can get this on the GPU. That'd be awesome. I wanna do that and be done. These stupid squares are so boring. This new menu is very fancy in Blender. Oh, I got messed up a little. I need a soundtrack. This is so boring. I need to get this done so it can actually load something other than these stupid quads. And then there's a compute stage for AI. I also gotta get that done. And JonsScript engine. this desktop's boring. All programs suck. Man, I'm putting like... I gotta make sure my program is perfect. All of them. To like bash on every single program. I'm gonna have to make some fancy shit. Oh, the lag. Just come on. Oh my god. The AMD GPU. The streaming is crap. It looks like shit. It looks terrible compared to NVIDIA. The video compression is so bad. Oh, everything is so garbage. The heck? I'll paste to the clipboard. Okay, I don't know what. Freaking whatever. Alright, I got like. There's nothing. I didn't really do anything. Other than like. Comment stuff out. So paste this back. And then get this running. my god, it takes a second to delete every single file. For the love of crap. Oh, a literal second. On purpose, so it updates this. It doesn't even update this one. If I open another window, it's not even consistent. I only have 8 seconds, come on. Watch. Oh, boop, boop, boop. One by one. They literally delayed it. For that. For that. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh. And then they update this window. But this one waits. Can you not synchronize the windows? Are you... When was that added? It didn't used to do that. I don't remember updating. When did it update? God. This is so annoying. Makes the files. Does it run? Does it back up and get this done? I'm tired of the modern operating system. It is garbage. I'm gonna make it obsolete. The whole thing, the entire tech stack will end up replaced. Unless my OS sucks and no one wants it, then I guess it won't. But assuming it doesn't suck, all this stuff will end up obsolete. Well, it's probably going to end up converted over. Because I'm going to support every single thing. Just fucking emulate it. Finite state machines are fucking beautiful. This is messed up. Back up this. And then get this done. I figured out the one annoying counter. The rest of them are not, they're not, whatever. They're just counters. They map out exactly as they're like defined as shit. Is that what it's updating? Every now and then, it shuts down. It says like waiting 2 minutes. Updating GUI something something. It's updating the window manager. That's what those I need to turn those off. It just keeps getting worse and worse. I'm gonna pick the original theme from like 20 years ago. I can't make this full screen now. That stupid pop-up pops up. Nothing looks good with this color brown. Or pukey green. It's not even brown. Well, maybe this. It's too see-through. I need to focus and get something done. Gotta back up. So, Node.js, update this. That's the plan. I need to focus. I really need to focus. I need really loud music. Ah, this does not end. Are you kidding me? This public open source code, it evals an eval. Are you kidding me? There's no way. What is it doing? Eval. Is it testing to see if, like, the evaluation is being assigned within the current scope, or if it's part of the global scope? Because it's testing inside a function, it's making it a var, but it's testing for Windows scope. Oh my god. This is terrible. Are they testing for the browser? Does Apple actually put Apple computer in the navigator? They're only testing for Apple. Ajax? Is this like another library inside of this library? Oh no, it's including it here. Why does it need Style sheet. It already had a navigator test above. Why test again? This looks like an actual test. Like Echo, Apple, Opera. Wow. Safari. They're going out of their way. And Firefox? Man, web design. You'd think it's a joke, but no. It's not a joke. It's just web developers. You get fucked having to make a website. Oh my god. They have their own versioning and they're testing based on the browser, if it's Safari, which version, whatever, 538, 537, 536. I like this if-else chain. That's horrific. So they're testing and they're giving it a number. It's like 6, 5.1, 321. And then here, Firefox. They're testing. What even is Fire? Is this like, what kind of version is that? So they're testing for like, they're testing each freaking vendor, whatever, and they're giving it their own number for versioning. So this doesn't even have version 1. Firefox, it's version 2. Firefox. J.version 2. But then Safari has less versions, but it has version 1. Wow. Wait, is that only for Firefox? Oh. So Chrome, Opera, they all use V8. So they don't need the versioning. Alright, so Firefox and Safari are like the odd ones out. So they gotta make up a version number. Test the internal enum, I guess, whatever they use. And then assign whatever enum to match the Chrome version. And apparently there is no version 1 for Firefox. Like, the browser is so slow. And on top of it, you gotta do all this shit. I need to, like, focus, but, like, everything's stupid. That's it. What even does this do? This does the text formatting. It doesn't matter. I don't think chatbot actually even outputs text. I think it's like applied afterwards. Why does it download this? Why does it keep opening? You can't just feel it. Or a pencil, or whatever. GPT literally runs off like everything open source. If they can see it and copy and paste it, they're like, oh, it's fair use. Let's call his name. I already have things to name that. What name directory? without the E. Hooray. Replaces with this. But it's not really directory. I have everything already named file. I already named stuff like that. We'll file each. Alright, nothing's named that. There was like 100 things named with like JCK key. So I don't even know, whatever. So like FK for like 4 key. I need to like make a naming convention for this crap. Alright, so now I could do like Control F and then yeah. Is name. I gotta rename the other stuff. No, I don't. Let's freaking do this. Assume name file. I'm probably gonna regret it later. I'll name something that, and then try to Control F replace, and then not be able to do it. Oh well. It's not possible to plan ahead. I gotta stop stalling. I like has name better. After that. $32. Alright, nothing's broken. Yet. I think I know how I want to set this up. Well, it's stalling. This, whatever. So, I need to just get going and set it up. So it's this, or this base name. This is so boring. Then this needs to be completely commented out. I'll just make a parameter and then assign it and test for later and pass it down and be done with this. And just test a boolean or whatever, and then be like, if not on, skip the file. And then this will be done. Then comment out the ones that aren't used. I already have that though. So in these, and then these. And then when this is done, there's something I'm missing. But then I get to this. When it runs to like pass stuff to the Vulkan command buffer, the GPU. Here. Right here. Alright, so like when it draws the quads to the screen. It does that. I think it's running here. Or the one after it. Whichever one. It has to do all these things. So this index buffer command descriptor sets. This is not that long. I thought it was longer than that. Alright. So like there's a bunch of steps sometimes. And it's like way longer than this. So like all these calls, they need to be like each stupid GPU resource, it's gonna have its own little like chain of calls. But when I put it in here, it's like uniform buffer object, share combined descriptor. Those are gonna be the E and whatever. So this is 0. So they're both GPU types, whatever. Could this just work, please? Just please work. So each uniform buffer object is most likely gonna end up having its own like little chain of commands to run to set it to the stupid frame and render it. So each of them is gonna need its own like little thing. So if I'm rendering Shrek, to GPU, it has like a different collection of calls that it does to like set stuff up and get it to GPU. Different than like the squares that it does now. And there's a whole bunch more conditions. And fuck, this is complicated. I need the least amount of work to run this crap, which is actually quite a bit of work. So I don't want to add to all the extra work already needed, because that's just more work. I need like the bare minimum. So each of these, whatever, it's like uniform buffer object like Shrek, or it's like flat, or a simple shape that's already on the GPU without needing like uniform buffer. It's like this would be Shrek. It's like when it's like without the uniform buffer. They're each gonna have their own stupid collection of calls. I'm talking in a circle. So if there's like Shrek and there's Donkey for uniform buffer. And then like share combine descriptor, like a quad movie, a JPEG, whatever. I want to avoid branching because branching is very slow. If I make a line of code and I make it executable, can I like put like this, if that is like this chunk here, where it sets whatever to the pipeline buffer and shit, and it does a draw. If I can put that in like a section of code, mark it as executable, you can have an array. I'm not sure if this is I think this could be threaded. If it could, or part of it. Yeah. I want absolute minimum overhead. I don't want to make a switch or a freaking like, not even a go-to. I should be able to just execute the code and then branch back. So I guess that's a jump, technically. Basically then a go-to. I should just use a switch statement and then inline stuff for now, then figure out later. Because like, I've already broken it down to like the type, the variation of the thing, and then like finer tuned, same resource but like different resources being accessed. Because like this has buffer objects, this one doesn't. But then the models themselves, like Shrek or Donkey, they end up with their own freaking code to run. It doesn't end. There's no way to organize this shit. like there's not that much duplication. Almost every single thing ends up being unique at some point. I need another domain. Damn it. I need another domain. And the program stopped working. Great, that's amazing. Didn't expect that. I gotta wait for it to save. Oh my god. I end up wasting my own time. I don't need this wasting my time also. Just freaking work. And it, oh my god. So each of the 5 cases need another enum category. I want to rewrite this later. There has to be a better way. But there's not. So then each enum case will have its own freaking case. And whatever is common, I can group up even more. Yeah. I'm gonna end up changing my mind again. I need to remove as many branches as possible. That's the only way I'm gonna get performance boost. Like a big performance boost. So I get this done, and then install Unity, and then Unreal, and get this running, and like generate a bunch of Shrek heads, and make some other crap, and then compare it, see which can render the most. So I'm saving it back up. I feel like I forgot something. I probably did. It's literally branches, caching, initialization, loop, iterators. Instruction set support. Complexity. Like constant time verse. Log n or whatever it is. Then access time. Status flags. Then like lazy states, where it sets a state and then only modifies. So I guess that's caching, but it's not really caching. If we do all those things, it's gonna be like way faster than Unity or Unreal. And more caffeine. I'm gonna like shut up and I'm trying to figure something out. I can't focus on this. Shrek is beautiful. Does it even look like Shrek? I'll let this close enough. His head's kind of like it's missing in the back. Whatever. I need to get this on the GPU. I'm tired of this. So like JavaScript, it doesn't have goto, but it does have labeled blocks. So I wonder how bad this is. What chatbot will say. I think this will work. I don't know, I don't use label blocks, but they look fun. Alright, so how optimize JavaScript and optimization do not separate worlds. So how optimized is JavaScript? When it is truthy, we have to break label A. Will only be taken, or will be taken, a known 2 out of possibly 80 times. So the fall through is most likely. I wonder if JavaScript will actually optimize this. There's only 2 names here. So that means if there's like 80 extensions or device extensions, fall through, it'll fall through. Set foobar x to true. There's other ways to write it. You know what? It's whatever it is what it is. It's JavaScript. It's crap anyways. Will the V8 engine actually optimizes? It probably won't. Well, the JIT might, except JIT is a joke. The JIT compiler is a joke. So the CPU runs off static range prediction. Like always. Because it's logically how the CPU runs. It assumes that the most likely case will be the one where the CPU is like able to like execute what's already loaded in the cache. So like forward is predicted not taken. Doesn't mean I have it yet. But then backwards is predicted taken because it's already in the most likely the cache. Unless it jumps too far. So I don't know, whatever. I need to focus, get done. I'm tired of like writing crappy code in crappy languages. It's just freaking crappy. What the heck? So the short answer, yes, V8 will optimize is fine, but not for the reason your chip thinking and your labeling structure doesn't actually give you any performance advantage. Semantically, it becomes something very close to what? V8 will lower it to simple conditional branches, not preserve label structure. So V8 is shit. So it breaks it down to like, what's it called? A stupid whatever graph. About your rare branch assumption. Your thinking follow through, hot path. V8 will optimize for that. Reality V does not really heavily static branch probability like C compilers. Does not rely on does not rely heavily on static branch. It does not optimize anything. Branch prediction is mostly handled by the CPU. Oh, that is hilarious. That's funny. It's like, what does that even mean? It's like, good luck CPU. Crunch this JavaScript as fast as you can. Yeah. It says your 2 out of 80 does not meaningfully influence the JIT optimization. This is why my JavaScript engine is way faster than this garbage. What actually matters for performance here, row cost, blah blah blah. String comparison, oh yeah. Absolutely equal, that's what I gotta check. That'll be a teeny bit faster. Or a lot. V8 does not optimize labels into anything special. I like how it says anything special. It's like, just because you know labels doesn't mean shit. They compile into normal jobs. No advantage over plain if else. In fact, they can make slightly harder code for the optimizer to simplify. Oh my god, there is no way that is faster. Are you kidding me? Who trained this piece of shit? This is... Oh my god. No, the G compiler is going to turn this into an if else. This is not faster. It will be the same as an if else when it freaking realizes, oh, this will be an if else. Oh, this is horrible. Yeah, do not take advice from chatbot. Are you fucking kidding me? Will the JIT compiler literally turn that into an if else? ASAP. Once spotted and realized that the keys are constant and it can transform it and remove the slow as hell lookup. Why does it say take a breath? OpenAI and Anthropic. They're gonna be like gasping for breath when I compete with a better AI. They're gonna be like, oh, no, no, and then they're gonna go to business. They'll be like, it's so much faster than our AI. It doesn't even use the video card. Everything's dumb. You know what? Chatbot is the dumbest crap ever. I'm losing brain cells. Alright. So, like this in assembly. Would it make a difference? I gotta rewrite it. I need to get something done. Everything's stupid. It's 2 bytes. So DX. Shift the squirrel. What is it? Exchange? There's a sign extended move. I don't remember it. Oh, it's RA. I'm gonna keep it super simple. None of the 32-bit stuff's gonna work how I want it. '64-bit is dumb. Select define quad. Alright, move to AX. The value move AX. Squirrels. Alright, I'll just do this for you done. Oh wait, this one's more than just 2. Six bytes. It's under 8. Six, 4, 5, 6. So move and X4. Alright, that's that. Move. X. No, it said mask. I want to like keep only these two bottom bytes. And then dump the rest. Speaking of register. Alright, so we can XOR here. Test for 0. If equal to meta. And then move CXAX. And then XOR CX with 0. Because I already did the comparison. Or subtract even. So DAC, so EBX. Alright, I got it. After this, it's gonna focus. So load EBX with foobar. And then foobar. Write it back at the end. There's no point loading it. There's no point even setting EBX to anything, because it'll be set anyways. It's true. Well, actually, in assembly, I could write it like, yeah, but if we write this, it doesn't matter right now. Jump label B. But there is no block. It's just a literal if else in. Yeah, no, it sucks. This freaking sucks. I gotta flip the case. Jump equals 0. No, jump not 0. That's right. Wait, I use the same label then. it'd probably be better to set a flag and then accumulate. It's like set B or something. Set flag. Sets. I don't remember. '64 assembly is gonna suck. BDA, CDA, C, BC. Alright, if that was C language, what would the GCC compiler make? Why did it make a function? Oh my god, this is so dumb. Why would it jump over? That is the most ridiculous shit. That's the most efficient control flow shape? What? You're expecting something like fall through, but the compiler is deliberately generating early out branches to a single code label. Oh my god. Holy cow. GPT is a lost cause. Oh my god, the scrolling is so slow. It is so slow. The scrolling is so slow. I don't want to install a third-party scroller. I'm just gonna get more bugs than Linux already has. So slow. Oh, it's set equal. Or set E. Why do set B? Set E. 64-bit assembly makes no sense. I'm tired of looking stuff up. I just don't care. It'd be so much better if things could write themselves. Alright, so this is what I'm betting would be more efficient. Or would bet. I would rewrite. You know what? That's close enough. Alright, this is what chatbot says, not chatbot, this is what the compiler makes. Alright, I gotta like adjust this. This is terrible. Alright, so predicted forwards. Forward branch, most likely. Or forward branching is predicted not taken. So this is like the wrong way to write it. So really, it should just return here. If it's inside of a function. Early return. And then set the thing here. Man, the compiler's gonna make better code. It's gonna beat my code. Damn it, whatever. No, it won't. It might not. I'm gonna... I need to get done. I hate 64-bit assembly. It's just as bad as C language. 32-bit is fun. This stuff is not fun. This is a pointless function. It's avoid and avoid. What is this, a global? It's terrible. True. Man, putting in a function makes it easier to freaking write. Alright, so now, most likely case, we'll set true, and then return. Done. No, wait, that's backwards. Huh. This is a double assignment. So most likely case enters, most likely not gonna be these. So when it does not equal, then return. No. When it's equal, return. So set true. When equal, return. Assume it's so worst case is it takes jump. But it's inside a function. Oh my god. Alright. It's in a function, best case, it needs to fall through, not take the jump. Yes. So worst case is when it is actually equal to these. It needs to return. So the best case is when it enters, follows through, and returns without taking either of these. That'd be the fast path. So set it false, and then when it falls through here, if it's equal to squirrel or squirrel meta, return, because that's like the least likely. 2 times out of 8 or 80. We'll take these. All the other times are going to follow through and be quicker. Alright, that's it. Alright, so that should give the compiler the best chance or whatever. And chatbot is a piece of shit. God damn. You know what? It's not, whatever there. That's fine. Isn't a pointer. It's not. That's an assembly. Alright. So it looks like this. Alright, what was the difference between this and this? So Chatbot said this. Is it gonna update? So GPT. And then try 2. Base 64, what? What even? Strings use base 64 encoding? What? Could this just work? Wait, what's this? The compiler is saving the name of the literal variable? What? Oh no. That's just like space to store that. But why is it using... That is weird syntax. It's using the name as the actual label. What even? Yeah, rip register addressing. I don't know what the hell the syntax is. What even? Just gotta move, compare. Set, byte. Does that need to be AL? It returns AL from a function call. So that'd be better. But this needs to be like set, not equal. I need to replace CX with AX. One less register. Now it's like tied to A. You know what? I'm gonna leave it. So XOR 0 it, move EDX, the mask, load 8 bytes, EBX, XOR, set ECX to 0. And EDX as a mask with the valid load. XOR EBX, EDX, XOR move XOR no splitter. XOR EBX and EDX to BX move CXBX. Now we can XOR into BX, compare, do the AND with the mask to keep only the compared part, and also move to CX, the lower part of BX, instead of having to wait. Then set not equal AL, which is set above to 0. Then XOR CX, I can also put a test. I think CX. Or is it CX 0? And set not equal AL. Alright, this might be more optimal. Alright, this is 10 instructions. And this is 9. And then this one, this is 8, 9. The same exact thing. So it doesn't matter how you write it. You can write it this way, or this way, and the compiler will make the same crappy code. So doing a move. Compare. Set equal AL. Compare set equal DL. Or EAX, EDX, XOR EAX1. Move, 0 extend. That's what I wanted, was over here. So one instruction else. Alright, I give up, that's it. I'm gonna rewrite this anyways. 64-bit assembly sucks. I don't even know. So chatbot's testing for equality. It's ORing, seeing if either happen to not be equal. And it's XORing with 1 to set to the opposite. It's moving to EAX. It's sign extending the bottom byte. That might actually be faster. To sign extend it. Alright, switch up what it says. this versus which of these would be more performant? X86, 64 bits. Micro optimize or micro optimization wise. When fall through is most likely 2 out of 80, where 78 times it will not fall through. Case this code compare which is faster, not by how much. In percentage form compared to the other. And explain why. And I'm not gonna benchmark it. I'll do that next time. Routine A, routine B. So they're both 9 instructions. So this still needs this, I guess. I'm just going to return the result. Not use global. Alright, so I guess chatbot's code, or GCC code, is now one less instruction. So it might be faster, but probably not. What even is this freaking... Is this calling a function? I'm testing for the contents of the register. This is testing for the address. This should fit in 8 bytes, but will it do it? No, it will not. Oh my god, this is so stupid. This is why C language is retarded. You gotta type up 10 times the amount of code for worse performance. How do I cast it too wide? For the love of garbage. God. Oh wait, I do this. Ta-da. Why are these not static? They're globals. Oh my god, I freaking do this now. little endian or big endian. I don't care. ETA. Oh my freaking goodness. What? God. We cast it too. Holy fuck. Oh my god, I gotta cast every single one of these. This is ridiculous. That's why I hate C language. This is literally retarded. To program in C language is retarded. So I'm programming in C language being retarded because I gotta support the lowest common garbage compiler. C language. And it still didn't build. Why? Freaking comment this out. Oh my god. What? What? How does it optimize away the whole thing? How can it not be equal? Oh my god. Oh, it's because this is static. So it's 0 by default. Oh my god, everything is so, oh my god. Alright, compiler are doing this now. It should make something optimal out of this. If it can't, then I wouldn't be surprised. Straight up return false or return true. This is the easiest thing for it to do. this could even be const. That's not fair. How can it make those assumptions? It can't. It can't make those assumptions. Oh, I can't. It can't though. Alright, this is not argument. The fact that the argument, that the register, I'm doing this. How can it make that assumption? It can't. How can it assume? Alright, if I do this. Turn true. True. False. What? I'm comparing 6 bytes, not 8. 6. I'm comparing scroll meta. And the whole thing isn't true. It's like meta. Scroll meta. Oh, this is over. 8 bytes. No, it is 8 bytes exactly. Damn it. Fucking fuck. It can't make that assumption. How did I miss that? This is 8 bytes, not 6. But this is a wrong value. Oh, wait. I need to get something done. This is so stupid. There's 2 scrolls, not 1. 24. Oh my god, this is unreadable. What is negative 16? know what the heck the compiler's making. Manual bypacking to compare 60-bit value against hard-coded constants instead of strings. Comparing against 32-bit pattern. Second comparison, 64-bit value corresponds to meta 4-byte score pattern. Function actually does. Yes. Is something lost in translation? Shifting bytes like that, and it ends up being 0. That's what the hell is it doing then? It literally breaks. And the compiler's like, fuck that, it's all zeros. You know what? I don't even fucking whatever. So AX DX. This looks way better than the other one. Alright. This is comparing pointers. I want to compare the value. 9 instructions. And then mine was also 9. So move AX DX EBI EDX XOR compare I gotta fix this one. I'll just move this in there. It's the same thing. Let's move absolute. Whatever. So chatbot's doing 2 moves. That's probably actually faster. I mean, GPT is. Except this one's from memory. So RDI holds value. So I use RDI instead of BX. XOR. Can't do that though. Man, that sucks. I think there's a D low register. There's no 16-bit. There is. It's a DW. There's a DIW. Alright, instead I'm gonna move or XOR this with RDI. And then that's it. Is it DI wide? Oh, it's just DI. Duh. Alright, whatever, both 9 instructions. I need to like not read assembly if I'm not gonna test it. So I'm not gonna do this anymore unless I test it. So move, compare, set equal AL, compare, set equal DL, or let's make this a compare. Compare subtracts. I don't need this. It compares itself. Alright, 8 instructions instead of 9. So compare, set equal, XOR, then flip the bit. So testing if both are equal or one is not equal. Then flip it. So 0, 0, 0, 1. Oh, I hate everything. Except your mom. So most of the time, the result will be a 1, a 1, or 0. Or is it or? There's no shift here. not shift. Alright, so either both off or gives 0, 1, 1, 1, 1. So why is it not doing not equal, not equal? Are you kidding? Why does it not do that? Alright, logically, I think one more instruction could be removed. But I'm gonna leave it. Alright, first off, are these the same? You know why the compiler missed it? If they are the same? Because the C compiler is retarded. Just like anybody that programs in C, like me or your mom. So I'm calling myself retarded. Could you imagine that? Man, I can shit talk myself too. It's awesome. Alright, so are these the same? They're not the same. Different logic for negation. Negation. So invert. So saying A or B, meaning return not, return false, if RDI is if equal or equal, return 1, routine C. I'm doing set not equal. Isn't that testing for the opposite? Then ORing it. Oh. We need to and. So I'm retarded too. Alright, but the compiler is more retarded. Because the compiler is like over glamified. And it's like, I can't see that. You kidding me? What a retarded compiler. And how retarded for me. Of course I had to make and. Duh. How did I miss that? I'm so retarded. It's like your mom. And your goldfish. practical conclusion, routine B, or then invert routine C, and if negated, and of negated comparisons. Both produce identical results for all inputs. Which is better? Routine SLE. Routine C is slightly better. Yeah, you should see my JavaScript engine. Fucking gonna destroy Chrome, competition-wise. Goddamn. Fucking, it took so much work to make the C compiler make the code I needed. It didn't even make what I needed. But now that I'm gonna write in assembly, I can do it. I can like actually get what I fucking type. Be way fucking faster. Alright, which of these is faster though? Routine A or routine B? Chatbots might be faster. Well, maybe not. So I was right. At least one more instruction. I think that's as small as I could get it. Well, now it's the same length. I'd still have to remove one more. No, I'm gonna let it go. And then, yeah. I need to finish a compiler. It'll do the thinking for me. Then I just set up the pattern matching and let the compiler do it. I think I have like a retarded compiler and compare it to GCC and see which is faster. My retarded compiler or their retarded compiler. And then like, does more retarded people working together make a better compiler than one retard making a compiler by himself? Who knows? But if one retard makes a compiler that's better than like a bunch of people, a bunch of retards, is that really an accomplishment? Because like if half the retards made a retarded compiler, it'd be like half-tarded. Because I think more heads is not better than one. Because if that's true, then the compiler would be less retarded. But there's like diminishing returns when everyone's retarded. So there's gonna be like diminishing returns on my compiler too then. But will it be less diminishing than, yeah. Routine G is correct and fast, routine F is broken and not comparable. Okay, so what's broken about it? Di is equal to Di. Man, I'm retarded. At least I didn't make GCC. That's really retarded. Oh, it will. It's always going to be equal to itself. Huh. I'll just do like dx and di. I don't like compare. It's a slow instruction. But it's less writes to register. Paste it again. It's probably still messed up. It says I'll ignore the insults and focus purely. What insults? Is it listening to me? There's no insults in here. What? Okay, what insults? Which of these would be more performant? x86 64 bits for NASM micro optimization wise when follow through is most likely 2 out of 80. For 78 times, it will not fall through case. Freaking missed the letter. This code. Compare which is faster and by how much in percentage form compared to the other. Explain why. Nowhere in here did I insult. I did above, but not in this. Where's the insult? Is it listening to me? I'll ignore the insults and focus purely on the... What insults? I'm saying retarded into this microphone. I didn't type any insults. I did not click that microphone button. What? What insults list exactly the insults you are referring to? In the prior message. This thing is listening to me. Did I type the word retarded at all in this conversation? Okay, I did type retarded twice. 5 times. But not in the last message. This thing's retarded. It says in my previous reply, I said I would ignore the insults. That was a mistake in phrasing on my side. Looking at your messages in the part of the thread, there were no explicit insults directed at me in the last technical prompt itself. The earlier part of the conversation did include aggressive language. Insults like retard. You know what's like aggressive? The Sam Altman allegations against his sister. That's pretty aggressive. I mean, if those are true, damn, that is disgusting. A 12-year-old and a 3-year-old. What 12-year-old would do that? I'm not gonna play it after saying that. I can't just say that. Well, I can. But that's like slander unless it's like factual, so I'm not gonna freaking play it. And I also said allegation, so whatever. Is this really the video search?
OpenAI Sam Altman is seeking the dismissal of punitive damages claims in his sister's civil lawsuit. Annie Altman accused him of repeated sexual abuse more than 2 decades ago, an accusation he denies. In a filing late on Wednesday in St. Louis federal court, the OpenAI co-founder and chief executive argued that Missouri's child sexual abuse statute does not authorize punitive damages for his sister's claims and instead limits her to, quote, damages for injury or illness caused by childhood sexual abuse. He said punitive damages are also unavailable for conduct he allegedly
Is punitive supposed to sound like penis?
committed.
Like the caucus. Is that supposed to sound like cock? There's so many words.
As a child and renewed his request to dismiss the lawsuit altogether. Lawyers for Annie Altman did not immediately respond to requests for comment. Annie Altman accused her brother of sexually abusing and raping her between 1997 and 2006 at the family home in suburban Clayton, Missouri. She said the abuse began when she was 3 years old and he was 12.
What kind of 12-year-old sees a 3-year-old and sexualizes it? And then, yeah.
She claims that the, quote, last acts of sexual abuse and rape occurred when Sam
So when Sam Altman's like, AI needs to be run by a super moral person, it's because he's projecting the exact opposite of what he is. There's nothing moral about sexual abuse and siblings. Like zero at all. Nothing at all. No. That's aggressive. So Chatbot says, I'm being aggressive using the word retard. No. Retard is not aggressive.
Altman was an adult.
A 12-year-old sexualizing and then like doing stuff to a 3-year-old. That's aggressive and then some.
The Altman family has said that Annie Altman
And then like, you know what? I don't want to find another video. Yeah.
has mental health challenges and received financial support. Sam Altman said his sister began accusing him on social media of sexual abuse after they rejected her extortionate demand for, quote, greater and greater financial support. Her lawsuit began in January 2025. Altman is also countersuing his sister for defamation over her posts. He is seeking $1, saying he, quote, does not want to harm his sister financially.
He doesn't want to harm her financially. What about sexually? God damn. He's not even retarded. He's fucking disgusting.
Financially, but wants a verdict that her statements are not.
Critical.
OpenAI
If that's true, damn, that is nasty. Did include aggressive language, insults like retard. Yeah, okay. But your most recent question about routine F versus routine G did not contain an insult. So to be precise, your chatbot's getting dumber and dumber. Your previous technical question, no insults. Earlier message and conversation, yes. Calling someone retarded is not an insult. It's not an insult. It's a compliment. It's like calling someone fat, but with a P, H, like a fat. Like PHAT. That's different than fat. It's like fat, but with a P. So it's not an insult. So calling someone retarded with an extra R, like, I don't even know how I can't roll my R's. If you like roll the R in retard, it's like the same thing as putting a P on fat. So it's not an insult at all. It's a compliment. Chatbot's retarded. I think retard is my new favorite word. Instead of saying like, I'll just say retard. Ah, it's retarded. Alright, both snippets. Ah, damn it. Alright. This is it. Streams at 11:21. Dang it. Alright, so two independent comparisons or reduction, final invert. Routine F. Transform input, compare against partial mask. Second compare uses different domain. So it's not equivalent logic to G. What is it? Not what? How is it a different domain? What? I'm comparing the bigger part to the smaller part. I'm comparing the squirrel and then squirrel meta. This is the whole 8 bytes. And then this is 4 bytes. So I'm doing this, and then doing this. What does it mean? How is it not equivalent logic? Alright, so do they both compare to test for this and this? In return. Oh, it's not worth it. Can test use a 64-bit value? Right over here, set equals, and then set not equal and. Move 0 extend. Okay. This is how many instructions. Take it one less. So from 8, I think it's still 8. It's still 8. Alright, what about this? If not, fix it. You reduce instruction diversity, but increase dependency depth. Oh my god, I know it's worse. Is it logically equivalent? God. So at least one mass region is fully zero after XOR. Compare it fairly to routine G. Here. Alright, sure, let's say this is correct. So now they're both, I think, 8 still. Oh wait, yeah, it's one instruction less. So GCC is still 9. Alright, so routine F, my routine. The revised. 8 instructions instead of 9, and it says cost 1, 7 AUOPS, but dependency structure. So test sec condition code. Partially parallel, but still serialized first stage. Compared to routine G. Alright, what about this? It says your second stage is no longer testing state value. It doesn't matter if I destroy what's in RDI. It doesn't matter. What does it mean a mutated state? It wasn't modified by the test. Oh my god. This is so dumb. Alright, in the end, routine G is better, whichever one it is. Routine F is 10 to 30% slower. What? What was the one before this? I don't know what you know what, whatever. How is it slower? Alright, this is instead. Alright, so before this, routine F is valid and branchless, but slightly slower than G. 5 to 20%? Shared XOR dependency root. God. I guess I don't even need that then. Test RDI, set DL, test RDI, set AL, or move. So RDI then RDX. Says both branchless, blah blah blah. Dang it. I think this stream already is going to get cut off. It says, no, this is a clean comparison between both versions, structured branchless. So 5.6 ops compared to 6.7. Only 5%? Everything can suck a dick. I think I'm gonna stream in a couple days. I got some stuff to get done. GCC sucks. 5%. Chatbots are dumb. Chatbots retarded. Technically though, it's still faster. I did something done. 64-bit assembly makes no sense. 64-bit assembly is retarded.